Hello? What's up? Today we are doing some figure drawing. I do some hands for my weekly on the Discord. So I'm just gonna start cracking away. If I like any of the poses, maybe I'll make it look a little better. I don't know if I want to just sit down and do like a 3-hour single hand pose. I feel like I would want to make like a scene if I was gonna do that, but we'll see what we do today. I'm just gonna start with 1-minute poses with hands. Let me make room on the screen for that. Start and see what this is gonna look like. Oh man. How did I do it last time? I think I had it just not pinned. I think that's what I did. I cheated it. Let's see if we can manage. Come on. I want people to be able to draw along. It's as thin as it'll go. There. And then I've got some drawing room here. That'll be alright. And then let me get my chat so I can see it. The problem is going to be if I start showing up landscape. See if I can't reposition stuff. No. Touch screen on. That to not be on. Hey, what's up? Welcome in. Sorry, I gotta get some technical glitches out of the way. Touch is disabled. Maybe I just needed to put that in there. My new art style is starting to grow on me. Nice. How did you come to it? Because I don't really, I never really tried to come up with an art style. It kind of just developed after I realized certain ways that my hand moves. But I'm glad that you have comfortability with yours. Oh, that's annoying. Alright, let's undock this. Scooch it. This might pin both of them. Yeah, that's fine, I guess. Good lord. There we go. And I'll just have to keep drawing new layers. Alright, what brush do I want? First of all, let's not have brown. Let's do feeling charcoal. Man, that's a good pose. Hold on. Shit. Hard to find charcoal for roughing. But I want to get better with smaller stuff. Ink with fall off. These very quick hands. Just because I wasted 30 seconds trying to get that set up. Crazy vein right there. Okay. Let's get started. Have you heard of Drawbox? I have not heard of Drawbox. Is that like a I'm assuming it's a, you said it's a course, so I assume it's like led by some popular YouTuber of sorts. Control Zing for this. I need to get better about the permanence of the line. Two hands in 1 minute is pretty difficult. I am not doing any of the texturing on the hand. That is not what I am here for. I am doing the form, nothing else. Alright. Awesome. What's up? I apologize. I cannot read, what is that called? Cyrillic, I believe? Is that the Russian type font? I cannot read Cyrillic. This is not a great pose. But I can imagine what the shape would be. Just a big thing blocking the whole hand, and then a pinky. There it is. course is mainly for beginners, and a lot of it is teaching spatial reasoning. Interesting. I'm trying to think, how do they teach the spatial reasoning? Because when I started, my teachers insisted that I learn how to do observational drawing. That was like the best way to do. I assume was their method of teaching spatial reasoning. If I had to guess, without saying explicitly like, we're teaching you this. Just the idea of being able to decipher things that you're seeing into shapes. I assume it's similar. Interesting, because the fingers aren't lined up. You can see them behind. Odd that. I swear to God, if there's naked women in the hands poses, I'm gonna be upset. Trying to find things that aren't gonna get me banned on YouTube. Aged hands have seen 100 lives. Those are good hands. I like that thumb. Very crooked. Hello, hello, welcome in. Not really know how to put it into words. Basically, it's art in the real world, but the paper we draw on is the window. It's an interesting way of putting it. That does just sound like observational drawing to me, where the window being what it is that you are capturing with your eyes. I didn't finish that pose. This is a fun pose. Also makes it harder for me to be able to use my tricks of how I draw hands traditionally. That kind of still works. That's not to diminish the class that you were talking about in saying that it's just the thing that I did. That is in saying that that is an important step in learning. Verifying that that is the traditional sense of you need to develop an observational eye in order to like that truly is the biggest like advantage to being good at art and helping develop your skills, is that if you know what it is that you're looking at and are able to translate that perfectly onto paper, and then are able to be honest with yourself about what it is that you're seeing, you're going to have a better time capturing that. And then critiquing yourself and improving. Because that is part of using your observational eye, is also, once you've drawn something, to then look at it and go, here's what I need to fix, here's what needs improved, to make it more accurate to what it is that I'm trying to get at. It's going. 2 hands is crazy. 2 hands is nuts. I like these hand poses though. Too wacky on that shape. Make enough space. Why do you have a PNG model and a face cam? I don't know, I just worked really hard on the guy and I thought he was cool. And I think it's fun that I can make him stare at you. Like this. And then look down at my stuff. Taking some creative liberties here and making that thumb more crooked like that to make this pose really pop. Going a little cartoony here. And I overlapped into my other drawing. But you get the idea. The same one I just did. I'm reading chat for this one. Lol. I don't know. It's just, there's chat window over there. There's no reason not to. I guess I could put my face cam over Pikachu so that you guys can see the drawing. Bam. Now there's no Pikachu. See what you did? Now it does look like I'm looking down at it. Is anybody else actually drawing along, or is it just me? Am I just doing this for me? I am just doing this for me. Get more coverage here, and you can see my drawings. See how quickly I can. There we go. Like a dead spider. Now this is hard because I usually do an arc to find where all the rest of my finger placement is going to be. I can't do that. I guess I can kind of follow that arc to be further out. There we go. Oh, yeah. Didn't even draw the thumb. Good lord. Bad hand. Alright. This is a boring one. But I need to get back to it because I ruined the last one. Back to basics. Farther out. There we go. Where we at? Just a basic course, and first time doing anything proper. I am self-taught halfway through, but they're touching on subconscious and conscious stuff. Very weird. Interesting. I've not done any, like... There is something to... What I can imagine they're trying to teach is, like, there are certain things that you should have in your subconscious as you are drawing, which do kind of just innately develop as you get to learn the process of art. So maybe that's what they're trying to teach, is that, like, once you know the rules of line and shape and weight and color, and, you know, you're just kind of thinking of those things in the background, but that's not the process. Because right now, while I'm drawing, I'm just trying to recreate one-to-one what this hand looks like, but in doing that, I am using my process to draw the landscape, or the landmarks of these hands. And that's what my primary process is that I'm using what I know to help draw what this is. So that is probably what they are intending with subconscious. Because this obviously isn't like one-to-one exactly what this hand looks like, but I'm breaking it down into shapes that I recognize to make it easier for myself, if I had to make a guess. Where we at? Yo, what's up? How's it going? The thing I want to draw should be on my mind, while how I draw that shouldn't. Kind of. I think the way that I'm more putting it is, like, as you make more art, the active thoughts that you have are less, and they're just kind of in the background because you have done it so many times that it just kind of becomes second nature. So that's the subconscious. Once you have that structure of the subconscious that works for you, then you can focus on what it is that you're doing and make more cognizant efforts towards what it is that you're trying to make. So for this, I could make it cartoony just because I have the nature, I have a second nature that I know how to make this a little less structured. Whereas I'm not just trying to, like, contour draw this to make it exactly what I see. Because I could also do that, but that would take all of my processing power. But since I have my capacity, the thing that I have going on in my head is just that I know that this hand is hockey puck with a little triangle on the end that makes the thumb. So I don't really have to look at where the thumb is. I just know where it will be based on this shape. I know where that the thumb is going to go around there. And then I can do like, these are the knuckles, and these are the fingers. And just kind of build from there. And keep it stylistic. And then go back in and structure it, if that's what I'm looking for. But I'm not going for realism. I'm just going for the practice of my process, which is to try and find those shapes and then convert that into a language that I can translate later if I wanted to develop it. Where yo clothes at? Like my clothes? Oh, those clothes. I was thinking. I never drew clothes. I forgot to draw clothes. You can see my not nipples. Thank you. Oh, shit. Man, two hands is hard. Okay, so, for instance, two hands is super useful to have that language already in my head to know how to break this down. Otherwise, if I was trying to do two contour drawings real quick, that would be very difficult to do observation and one-to-one and keep bouncing back and forth between the two. I didn't leave myself enough room. If I do it more cartoony, I can almost get both of them in a minute. I'm working on time. I'm working on keeping it concise currently. And then I think after a couple of these, I'll start getting into... Might do a longer pose just to see what's up. For anybody who's new here, if you want, I'm drawing along. I have a Discord, if you want to join the Discord, and you can draw along, and the weekly prompt is actually hands, so I'm doing this so that people are incentivized to join the stream, work on hands, and then have something to show for their weekly. And so I think maybe like halfway through this, I'll do this for about an hour of just drawing loose hands, get warmed up, and then if any of these speak to me, I'll go back and try and find that picture and then just sit down with that and maybe draw it for the rest of the time and develop like the creases in the hand and all that. Maybe I'll do color. I don't know. I need to work more on color. That's a big point. Probably draw the object. That does define the shape of the hand, but hand drawing study. Rather it not be holding something. But I always make sure that when I'm using reference that I draw it how it is, because a lot of people would just avoid the object, and then when you're trying to draw something, if you don't have that direct reference, your hand is not going to actually look like it's holding something. A lot of the times I'll just see fingers that are kind of floating or just like symmetrically wrapped around stuff, and that changes based on the grip of whatever it is that you're holding. So it is great to have reference whenever you're drawing hands, when it's specifically when it's interacting with something, because you can just draw. Here, I'll just draw like a hand that's freestanding without referencing this one, and I can break it down into basic shapes and just do like that. You know, I don't have to have reference for just like a basic pose like this, but if I was holding something, I would absolutely want to use reference. Where's his shirt? He's naked, it's fine. Evil hands. Hands are evil, but I had a teacher in high school who very specifically gave us a project that said you have to have 10 hands in this piece. So I got really good at I didn't get good at hands at Zen in high school, but I forced myself to draw hands to make that project look good. And I actually went above and beyond the requirement. I think I did like 12 hands because I was really getting into it. I was like, if I can conquer hands now, it'll make my job a lot easier later on. And it did, because hands have a lot of shapes in them. So as to force yourself to learn, contour that one out. When they're all compressed on themselves, it does make it harder to follow my rules of my template. What was I saying? I drew a bunch of hands early on, and I got really good at it. And the reason that I did was because whenever I was bored in class, you always got a hand, hopefully. Unfortunately for you, if you have lost a hand or were born without one. I was lucky enough to have two hands, and so I can draw with one and observe the other. And so I would do that in class whenever I was bored and just needed to practice. I knew that that was something that was good. And then eventually learning to break down the fingers into shapes, learning that the finger is actually like a plane where it like converges down. It's like a wedge. All the fingers are like wedges. And the hand is like a hockey puck because there is depth there. It's like it's got depth, right? So I always draw like that. And then, there's some depth back there. And the knuckles, and then the thumb, and it comes off at a triangle. Yeah, and then the hand's an arc. Middle finger is just as long as the palm is, so essentially you're just doubling that line. Yeah, that's all there is to it. And then the pinky is... Honestly, pinky is a wild card. Some people have some really weird pinkies that just kind of don't align with the rest of their fingers. There's no real standard to the pinky, just that it's shorter than the rest. And then I always pay attention to those fatty bits on the hand where the thumb and the side of the hand are with the pinky. Alright, need a new layer. Did I draw anything on that layer? Doesn't matter. From the top. Evil teacher. Thank you. I try to be cool. Let's see. Nah, he's a good guy. He knew exactly what it was, so we needed all the building blocks. He inspired me to go to art college. And it has definitely made my life easier now. It did suck at the time because, in high school I had a lot of extracurriculars and I did optimize art over, or prioritize art over, like, math. So, I'm not building any bridges, but I can draw a bridge. Drawbridge. I'm a genius. There's a reason I'm able to do these pretty quickly. I'm proud of, sometimes I just, sit back and go, damn, I've come a long way when it comes to making art. Like, this hand pose would have killed me back in the day. This would have taken me ages, and then I just cranked that out in exactly 60 seconds. Now, it's not perfect, but I could absolutely, like, I have the structure that I am looking for. I have the depth. I have the overlapping line. Overlapping lines are huge. As soon as I cracked that, I was like, that changes the game. So, pay attention to your overlapping line. I want to do holding stuff. Not that it's difficult, it's just annoying to draw another thing. In the way. But I need to get better at holding stuff, because then I can draw it from imagination better. And I don't have to use reference all the time. And I'm a good artist, and I can sell my stuff, and I can go global, and people will love me. That'll come back. Good job. Thumb is. I hate when the thumb is straight on, because there's got so much potential to be dynamic, to be good, and they just ruin it. Side profile of the thumb is so good. Bet you never heard anybody lording over how much they love thumbs. But they truly do break up the shape of the hand, and it's awesome. Sometimes a good thumb is all you need for, like Disney. Disney was really good about making sure that the thumbs were, like, really pop. They give a lot of expression to the hands. This is just a fist. Come on. Although I will say I do find myself constantly looking at my hand whenever I'm drawing a fist specifically, because I always forget where the thumb goes when it's facing a certain direction. So, there is still merit to drawing fists, especially if you're doing any kind of combat animation like me. I really shouldn't complain. Here's a dagger. Switchblade, specifically. Shading of the hand. Whatever. Here's just a good hand. Classic hand. I'll actually use this as an example. So you can see here, there's like I'm bad at math, so I don't remember which one it is. I want to say isosceles triangle for the thumb, where like 2 of the 3 sides are equidistant. So like this line and this line are about the same length, and then this one is shorter, and it's closer up here. And then we do the thumb, jutting off, and then thumb is weird because it's actually like thicker in the middle here, and then thinner down where it meets the hand. And Disney animators used to really push that. I lost the rest of my hand, but it's fine. More or less, it's just gonna be like that. Once you get this part, the fingers kind of just fall in place. The fingers are hard. Take your time. If you're ever struggling with the knuckle placement, I would recommend just kind of drawing some circles to just like follow this arc, because they do kind of, this one is a little bit further this way. This one recesses back, and these two are at about the same even level in reference to this one being a little bit further up, and then the pinky can be, honestly, sometimes it's back pretty far. Ooh, I like the way that this hand comes down. I'm gonna start it with the wrist, but just me personally, I don't like to start with the wrist. This is a good pose too. Overlapped fingers, interlaced. Man. The way you attack it is you just draw one finger at a time. And honestly, you can kind of suss out where the overlap is, and then save yourself some time and draw the fingers as they descend in order on top of each other, you know? So you don't have to draw all of these fingers, you can kind of just get this outline. There you go. I like that pose. It's a good one. I don't like this one though. Straight on, that's just like a brick. Some overlap. Bunch of orbs. Sometimes I like to draw the outline of where something isn't to help define the shape around the rest of them. If that makes sense? So right there, I drew where the thumbs aren't touching, because that does define the shape of two things at once. Not that I'm trying to speed through it. There is kind of a time crunch with, you know, the 1 minute time limit. But my reasoning there wasn't to save time. It was genuinely just like, this helps me draw two things at once if I can get that shape down. Another basic hand. Anybody in the chat? Is anybody drawing along? Anybody in the Discord specifically so that they can do this for the weekly? Anybody? Bueller? Someone's blowing up my phone. Keep sending memes to my cousin and they keep sending me responses back to each one. I need to do that anymore. I just got 46 notifications from one person. But that's my fault, because that means that I sent them 46 notifications all at once. Hydrate. Get your water. You know, I'm not an artist, so I'm coloring using a color by number app. I'm glad you're, at the very least, you're doing something artistic along with me. At the very least, you can zen out. And hopefully my voice isn't so abrasive that it bothers you while you're trying to zen out. And I don't like that you said you can't draw, because everybody can. It's just whether or not you think you're good. And I say you think you're good because I think you're good just by way of having started to draw. That's very important, especially in this era of AI bullshit. So important that you retain your humanity by doing something artistic to prove to me that you're a human. That's the ultimate captcha, is whether or not you're willing to take that risk and draw something. I already did this one. Skipping. Pointing. That's interesting. His fingers all line up. His knuckles are just like a straight line. That's crazy. A lot of times I just do shorthand with the knuckles where it's just like a squiggle down the shape or down the face of it. I told myself I would stop using Control Z. And here we are. But yeah, usually if I encountered this, I would just probably just do that for the knuckles. And I always try and make sure that whichever one is most active, so if it's like a pointer finger would be the one where the knuckle is kind of more jutting out. But if I've got like the two middle fingers, no, I can't. The two middle fingers, I can't just separate those without, you know. A lot of the time you'll see shorthand where people will just group these together and they just do like a that's the two middle fingers, and then they've got the pointer and the pinky separated. Like that. It helps so much to add that little triangle just to emphasize where the thumb is. Truly. Because when I just had it like this, you don't know what that is. That's no thumb. You're no thumb of mine. Anyway. Ooh, good pose. Here's an interesting one. I don't often see the pointer and the ring finger merged into one. Yeah, it's fine. Whatever. Next one. As long as I'm not drawing six fingers on accident. Then I'll get confused with AI. Would rather die. It's pretty difficult when all the fingers... See right here. This is a perfect example of where... Where's my mouse not getting picked up? Perfect example of where I would say that the fingers would be joined together. And then you just do one of those. Hit them with a that. Bam. I know that they're not actually doing that, but that is how Disney usually shorthands those. I don't know who started that, but it is super helpful. Room on the canvas. Maybe I do. And I do like the way that these fingers are put together, because that lends itself well to that idea of combining shapes. Save yourself some time and shape language. Emphasize that. I think he's just up in the middle. And it does look like it's bigger than the other one. I'm sure there's ways for me to make that more easily digestible if I had more than 1 minute. Start with the left one so I don't not give myself enough room, like always. I'm struggling with this because I wanted to make sure that I'm dictating the correct angle of the hand before I go any further. I got caught up and it cost me. Cost me big time. Is it getting darker? Is this dimming? No. I'm not looking at the clock. I got 5 seconds. Good enough. Pretty good for 2 hands in 1 minute. 30 seconds per hand. Like the way that the knuckle is even with the thumb. That's fun. I do wonder for these poses if they wanted to try pose them a certain way to make certain shapes, because that does make a good shape. You'll notice with the fingers, they're kind of these segments that then get crooked at each interval. So there's like a weird, they're not just straight lines. So it's kind of curving up. This looks just like my Sonic pose. They stole. This is Sonic scooting around a corner. Mach 5. I'm trying to think if I used reference for that. I don't think I did. I think I just drew the hand until I thought it looked right. And it looked alright. That's not me discouraging the use of reference. Absolutely use reference. Sometimes I just like to challenge myself and not use it. And sometimes it restricts your ability to abstract if you're too, like if you've got it too much in your head that you're trying to use that reference. Sometimes I find myself like, oh, but I gotta stick to the pose. But then like, if I do that, then it looks less active. There's less life in it. If I just make something that looks aesthetically pleasing, then I can make it look somewhat accurate afterwards. All part of the process. As long as you're having fun, you know? Get to the other hand. Forgot there were two, actually. Following the contour too much. I don't really have shorthand for myself for a fist yet, other than like I always do like this. And then those are my fists. There's a fist. I just know the silhouette of a fist. I don't know the landmarks other than, you know, I always like to throw off the silhouette and have some shape to it by, you know, staggering the knuckles. Do a surprising amount of gunplay with drawing, so I need to be better about shorthand for that. Actually pay attention here. I feel like I would always use reference for gunplay, specifically for like I need reference for the guns. I don't know guns very well. Do we think this is two different people? One person. Dangling. There's no body behind it. Thumb tucked back there is pissing me off, Robert. It's pissing me off. Damn, Ham's got hands. Or know that meme? I'm talking to myself. Classic. Makes you feel any better, I would be anyway. Wouldn't be. If a streamer falls in the woods, no one's around to watch the stream. Ooh, ooh, ooh! I like that shape. I like that shape. I love that the pinky is touching the... Oh, it's so good. Pinky is touching the thumb. The pinky is touching the thumb. So there's been a second pinky. I didn't even... I was so obsessed with that pinky and thumb, I didn't even finish the pose. Sometimes, and I've found this out recently, sometimes it's better to not draw a line. And I will explain once I'm done focusing on this. Damn it. Give myself enough room. I want to focus on those thumbs anyway. Probably ignore the next pose so I can explain what I mean when I say sometimes it's better to ignore a line. And I wish this wasn't so dark. I can see the hands. He's using fingies. Alright, let's see what this pose is. Yeah, kind of boring. Okay, so what I mean is, when I say don't draw all the lines. Right here. I didn't draw a line here because this is an intense point of pressure. He was pushing his wrists together really hard. And when that happens, they become flush with each other and you lose all the contact shadow because they're touching so intensely. And so it can actually be more impactful to do, show it this way. It can be more impactful not to show a line there. Where am I? Where's my camera? There it is. To not show a line there because there's less depth. So there's no shadow, as opposed to if I were to relax them and they were just gently touching, then there's more depth. So you get more line. If I'm pushing really hard, they kind of blend together. So sometimes it's better not to draw a line to indicate weight or force. What have you. That's an advanced thing that I just recently learned that I was like, wow, that's actually super useful. And, you know, it's one less thing for you to worry about if you're like, I like that line. There might be a reason that you don't like that line. It might be that you don't need that line. They're fine photos, but they're just too dark sometimes. It's too dark. This is a good one. This is a good pose. Because you've got the palm back here. You've got the knuckles up here. That's pretty good. And you get those shapes in the back. You got these extra triangles. Thumbs off doing its own thing. And it gets really thin right here. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Contact line here. If you overlap this line right here, really emphasizes the depth of how the knuckle is behind the pad on the thumb. Really good stuff. It's a good pose. And these fingers are just kind of pretty good. I'm gonna do that for one of my longer poses. Hey, welcome in. What's up? I need a new. There. Oops. Oh, I want to show that later. Gotta showcase all the work I've been doing. I can't just delete it. It's crazy. Interesting. Well. Fingers. Probably another one back there. It's fine. 2 hands on a sword. Good lord. Like ever. Oh, I guess like that. Perfect. Good, pretty good. Alright. I feel like this is actually how you'd hold a sword if you were in combat. I feel like you would have better grip. I feel like your hands would just be on top of each other. Should have drawn the object to make sure these are all lined up. But I've only got 5 seconds. Good lord. Oh, no. Oh, it's gone. Oh, it's gone. I fucked up. Hands are so hard. I used to be able to do them as a kid, but struggle now. I am a slow typer. Oh, you're good. I'm not super keeping up to... Is this the same pose? I'm not super keeping up with chat. I want to, but I'm also trying to work on hands. Because I do want to get better. Yeah, you're good. Hands are very hard, and I don't want to say forced. I was prompted when I was younger to draw hands early on, so then when I got older, that I would have more in my artistic toolbox. I would have an easier time drawing them later, and it helped. I got hands out of the way, and now I only struggle with faces and proportions and backgrounds and color, and it's all a learning process. But I have the building blocks necessary. Come on. I immediately messed this up too. That's really funny. I was like, "Oh, this sucks." And I rocked my shit. Yeah, need to move this palm over. Got it. I don't like that the thumb is blocking that, because that gives me so much less to work with. That is the real way that the hand would fall, so nothing I can do about it. Yeah. Boring, but it's okay. I hope nobody in the audience is one of these members. What site am I using? I am using Sketch Daily. Sorry, it's blocked with my camera. Sketch Daily, super useful, and you can narrow it down to different body parts. So I had the option of like hands, feet, torso, head, and then just full body. And then there's clothed and nude models, but not doing nude on YouTube. That'll just get me flagged immediately. Me personally, I don't really have any problem with nude model drawing because it is really important for learning the picture, but I know some people have issues with it. I took live nude modeling classes in college, and it was really helpful. And one of the guys got a boner one time, and it was funny. We didn't laugh at him, it was just a funny scenario, you know. It's just what the body does. But YouTube would send a drone strike to my home. Here, I can't fix it when I don't have the reference. That's my rule. Also, if I drew hands early on my art journey, I probably would have given up, as it was mostly for fun back then. Yeah, that's fair. I don't know. I took art classes in high school, so it wasn't really something I could have given up, but that was in my head as a kid. I didn't really stop taking classes. I don't know why. I just have a weird, like, can-do attitude about making it happen. And I struggled, but also my teachers were pretty forgiving. I would rather just get a bad grade on something than give up on it personally. And my teacher was super chill about, like, as long as you turned something in, he would let you fix it later. So I'd turn in half of an art project and he'd give me a C, and then he'd bump it up once I turned it in again and got it regraded. So it was good. He wasn't super strict about it. It was more just the idea of, overcoming that obstacle. Don't get frustrated when you can't get something right the first time. Keeping at it, persistence. And obviously I know that none of that stuff that I did in high school was perfect or the best, but it was a building block, and it was a useful one for sure. Man, I should go through my old stuff. It's not great, but it would be humbling for sure, and inspiring too, to see how far I've come. Also thought that was a middle finger. Your site is so useful. Yes, it's super useful. There's that one. Let me find the other ones. If Sketch Daily, I have reference. If Sketch Daily, I have Quick Poses, I have Line of Action, and Croquis Cafe. And then there's some other ones on here. I don't know what that is. Got a lot of resources. They're all in my Discord if you want to join. Maybe not all of them, but a lot of them. And then, you know, if you're in the Discord, you can shout me out. I'm usually available, and you can ask for stuff if you need it specifically. Like, where can I find armor references that aren't AI, or where can I find anything that isn't AI? And I'll tell you. What else? I really want to emphasize the wrist here. It's very nice. Bam. Bam. Not a thumb to be seen. Just through some of those cracks, but it's fine. Add this one. A little less spread out. Guiding lines get a little too messy, and then I get confused on where they are. So I do erase. I never feel super obligated to keep anything that's going to confuse me if I decide to make something look better later on. I don't think people should be afraid to erase. I understand the idea of practicing for, like, if you want to do manga or inking, but give yourself some slack every once in a while. But also, give yourself a hard time once in a while. Force yourself to do ink, because that is also super humbling and scary initially, but as long as you're not doing anything that's super important right off rip, you know, don't go inking a final panel without a backup. But just have fun. I don't know. It's art. Be something that you're stressed out about. I genuinely do this to relax, and it's nice. Very, very therapeutic. This is a Gurren Lagann-ass point. My drill is the drill that will pierce the heavens. Ooh, good hand, good hand. Very funky. Not at all gonna follow the guidelines of the things that I have in my head. That's crazy, but it's really cool. Got an opportunity to learn something new now. Yippee! I learned that this is possible to do with a hand. Ooh, pinky is fun. Uh-oh, I want to get the thumb in. There it is. Ish. Good hand, good hand. I'm gonna finish cleaning this up real quick, so I can refer back to it as one of the better poses. Pretty good, pretty good. That's the same hand for just a different angle, it's fine. What's up, what's up? In college, my lecturers would encourage us to actually make bad 3D models. Yeah, I think there's some merit to doing that, just because at the very least you get more familiar with the process, you get more familiar with the interface, and then you can, from there, once you have the tools, then you know how to use them to do what it is that you want to do. Made it on time to say hi. Hello. Glad you made it. Yeah, I'll be on for a couple more hours probably, hopefully. Just join the Discord. Absolutely. Got plenty of things. There's references. There's other people on there that are super helpful, and I really appreciate everybody who's joined so far. They're all very nice, and that's what I'm looking for, is just to foster a community of people who are nice and actually helpful to one another, rather than somebody who's just going to tear other people down, because I really hate that in an art critique where people are just like, I don't like it. And it's like, that's not helpful. That doesn't help anybody other than you hear yourself talk. Why don't you like it? Because that could potentially be helpful, but only if you say it correctly. You can say anything you have to say, you can say nicely. So, if you have a critique of something, don't offer it unless it's asked, first of all. Don't ever critique anybody's work unless they're specifically asking for it. Because that's rude, to just be like, that's bad. And it's like, I wasn't posting it for you to tell me it's bad. I was posting it so that you could see it. Not everything has to have your opinion shot right back to the author. Because it's fine to talk about art when you go to a gallery and you're like, oh, I don't really get that. I don't like the way that they did this, whatever. But the artist isn't hearing it, so that's where it's important that people understand. But if you're asking for critique, there are people there who will offer it to you. Oh, I really like the shape of this hand. Sorry, I'm all over the place. See if I can get that. This guy's got some good freaking silhouettes on his hand. Love that shape. I had to draw it. I must paint you. Good shit. Okay, sorry. Back to it. Yeah, good people in my Discord, and I really appreciate it. I used to challenge myself by not using Control-Z and put my hand behind my back while drawing. That's dedication to the craft. You know what? Let's do that for a little bit. I do need my hand to move the spacebar, but I will keep it on the spacebar. How's that? Okay. Yo, I just got into drawing, but my drawings are very bad. Do I have any tips? Keep drawing is my tip. I recommend that you just keep at it, because they will be bad for a while, and that's okay, and that you recognize that is the first step. It does suck to know that it does just take time, but it does, and I really can't offer you any other help besides, if you are truly dedicated to drawing, do it as much as you can, first of all. And then, secondly, take time to watch tutorials. Watch other people draw, actually. Watch process videos, watch time lapses, because you will pick up information, and that will then help you in your journey. Any specifics? If there's anything that you are trying to draw specifically, keep drawing that thing, but vary in other things. Like, do observational drawing, set up a little scene. Let me see if I have any. The most recent thing that I can think of is I've just got a little Gundam model on my desk that I used for observation, and I was just like, I just wanna draw a thing. A lot of my original drawings in high school were very specifically, our teacher would tell us to just set up a scene at home and just, get some blocks, get some books, get some headphones, things that have organic shapes as well as geometric shapes to vary your understanding of what it is that you're looking at. And so, draw as much as you can. One of the things that held me back was that I constantly drew from observation, and then I kind of lost the ability to draw from imagination. So I will also recommend that as you're drawing from observation, you also do some imaginary stuff, just to keep that loose in your head. Because that is a skill that you can lose. I feel like I lost it because I became so afraid of messing up. I wasn't able to play mentally. Oh, I can't find it. Might be on the back of something. Is any of this advice helpful for you wanting to draw? Don't take yourself too seriously. Don't be too hard on yourself. It is a process. It does take time. I will never judge somebody for them wanting to draw, because that is, apparently it's a skill that's going out of fashion. People would rather just type in a prompt and have a final product, but really, what work did that take? What effort did you use? There it is. It was on the back. So I will never discourage somebody from drawing. I just did an observational drawing of my Gundam that I made, and I was just like, I don't know how fast I can crank one of these out. So that was about 10 minutes. And I just did a silhouette, and then I did some structure. I flushed in some of the shapes and angles, and then yeah, it's not super good, but it helped me with, at the very least, knowing how long something should take at that scale. I'm trying to come up with a good list of bullet points for you for my advice for drawing. Don't be discouraged. Number one. Have fun with it. That's number one. Number two, draw from observation. Look at stuff, draw it, see how well you can really get your spatial awareness and your hand-eye coordination down. The more that you're looking at something and then translating that onto paper is the skill. So that's number two. Number three, if there's something that you want to do, work toward that. Don't just avoid that subject because you think it's too hard or you don't think that you have the skills necessary. Work on it anyway, and then just keep ideating on it, keep making iterations, because eventually you will get to the point where you are able to draw that thing that you wanted to exactly in the way that you did. Because for so long I was so worried about drawing or animating what it was that I wanted to do, because I was like, I don't think I'm good enough yet. But recently I was just like, it doesn't really matter if I can capture it perfectly one-to-one. I just want to get this idea out of my head. I want to make it happen. And then when I started on it, I was like, oh, I'm better at this than I thought. It really just requires time and effort, and that's just, you can't avoid that when it comes to art. It's always going to take time. It's always going to take effort. It's always going to take practice. So if there's something that you're putting off, you're like, I don't want to draw hands. I don't think I'm good enough yet. Just start drawing hands, and they'll be bad. I can promise that. I can promise they'll be bad, but that's okay. That's part of it. You will get better as you draw them. I did not start here. This was not, let me show you. Let me see if there's a, This was not day one. I couldn't have drawn this day one at all. In fact, let me go, I just went through all my shit. I found all my high school stuff recently. So it was humbling a little bit. Let me see if I can find something with hands specifically. Let me catch up with chat real quick. If you just started drawing, I wouldn't call yourself bad. You should encourage yourself to keep making what you're doing. Saying it's bad will not do that. Yes. Take it easy on yourself. Basic answer is going to keep practicing, build muscle memory. Absolutely. Hi, welcome in. You broke your pencil. That is unfortunate. Look at what you don't like about your drawings and practice a little more. Thank you for the advice. Absolutely. That is actually good advice. Look at it. If you look at your stuff and recognize what it is that you're struggling with, that is a super useful skill, because that helps you get better faster. You have to be honest with yourself about what sucks to then get better about what you're bad at and then become good at it. I knew I was bad at hands, so I was like, hands it is. Hands it is. That's where I'm bad. So now I'm going to get good. And recently it was faces, and I was like, I'm just going to sit down and do some faces. And I was like, yeah, it's better. Everyone is different. Sometimes I look at my drawings, think it's bad, and laugh at it. Somehow it motivates me to keep going. Yeah, absolutely. Gotta go now. Hope stream goes well. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate you joining the Discord. I will stream. I try and stream every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, same time, 3 to 8-ish p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So I will be back. Don't worry. What is the purpose of having a PNG of yourself and a face cam? I don't know. It's funny. I worked hard on the PNG guy, so I like the way that his mouth moves when I talk. Something for me. Let me see if I can find an old drawing. Here we go. Welcome in. Thank you for subbing, whoever that was. Here is a hand. Oh, is that the right orientation? No. Here's a hand that I drew. And this doesn't have a date on it, but based on the medium, I can tell that I used gesso. I only used gesso at the beginning of college and mostly through high school. So this is probably, I want to say 4 years into art. And it's not amazing. And this certainly took me longer than any of these sketches. But that's not very good. For me, personally, looking back and seeing what I can do now. That's not to say that anybody who could do this now is bad. Let me make that clear. To me, I can recognize that I've gotten better. That's the point I'm saying. And then here's a self-portrait from Mixed Medium. Also no date, but I'm pretty sure this was high school. And I think the challenge was to do like a split it into several different. So I did paint, charcoal, pen, pencil? Maybe? That's all what that is. But again, I know I can do better now. In fact, let me see if I can find... I recently did a self-portrait because I was bored and I was testing brushes. And I was pretty surprised with how well I did. My iPad! Oh. Yes. Sorry, I've stopped drawing hands for the moment. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. 2%. So I like my milk. Oh no, now I have to find it is the problem. Oh no. Man. Because I truly was not dedicated to drawing that character. I genuinely was just testing my brushes, and it's just in one of my random projects. Shit. Did I save it separately? I have too many projects. Oh, there it is. Found it. And it's not perfect, but I like it a lot better than the other one. I feel like it's a little bit more realistic, and whether or not that's what I'm going for is a different story. I'm not somebody who cares too much about realism. I know that is important to some people, but I don't really care. It's a good building block at the very least. I was taught to go for realism, and then from there you can abstract. But everybody's journey is different. So if you don't want to do that, perfectly fine. That's just what I've done. Alright, where are we at? Nobody knew. Since nobody's chatting, nobody cares that I've shown my old work, I'm gonna go pee. I will be right back. We're back. Such a good pose. I can always go back if I want to. Love the little BRB dance. I'm glad you like it. I did that on stream, actually. That was fun. I think I colored off stream because it took too long. I'm very big on realism myself, but I have a lot of respect for those who can and do art like that. It's amazing how many styles are out there. Absolutely. I'm trying to think. I don't remember the name of the artist, but there's a guy who does super realistic portraits with just a Bic ballpoint pen, and they are crazy. I don't have that kind of time and dedication, but big respect for sure. And they're like massive. They're like, I want to say they're like 8 feet by 8 feet. They're crazy. But yeah, not my cup of tea. I'm trying to go real to then go cartoon, you know? Okay. We're gonna put a hand behind the bag. I'm not using Control Z anymore. Wait for the next one. We got 15. I'll just go back. So I like this one. Okay. No more Control Z. Like the way the hand goes out like that and then back in. Oh, my problem is that I didn't really make clear which hand was in front, so that's what we're gonna do with that. The line. Okay, just spray one out here. Yeah, I like that. Damn you. Cutting it off. See, the only difference between me using Control Z on here and not using Control Z is just the strength of the brush stroke that I'm going to be making. I'm just going to be a little bit more light about my stroke, because then ultimately the goal is to be able to translate the strokes that I'm making to myself in the future, is all it really is. Which is why I really don't mind too much using Control Z, is because it is just a matter of like making it easier for myself. But it is still something to be aware of. Although right there I probably should have. Sometimes I get a little wacky with it and I just go, I'm just gonna go all in. Again, not bad pose, bad lighting. Sorry. I'm a photographer as well, so it's hard for me to not. Remember when people were really impressed that I drew something in pen? Oh, I don't think I understand why it was cool. Never looked that impressive with the stuff I see these days. I imagine a lot of it is probably just the permanence of it people respect, because it is hard to dedicate yourself to drawing something and not being able to erase. That is a skill, that is a talent, but something some people don't necessarily understand is a lot of times when people are drawing something in pen, they drew it in pencil first, either separately just to, you know, mark out the scene before they start, or they draw it in pen, or they draw it in pencil and then erase, and they have certain parts that they denote where landmarks are going to be. You know, they'll have like little undertones where they highlight where they really want to emphasize landmarks. I will Control Z that because that's not part of a drawing. I'm just gonna hold my hand right here. Right there. So you know that I'm not cheating. I know you trust me. You also would know if I undid it because you would see it. But it took me a long time to recognize that most everybody uses reference, and for some reason I was dumb and just didn't want to. So I always encourage people now to just use reference, because whoever their favorite artists are, I can almost guarantee that they use reference. Even if they're really good from drawing stuff from imagination, I don't care how good they are. There's some sort of reference that they're using, whether it's they've drawn this before, they drew it and erased part of it, you know, whatever it is. And it was really jarring to me to recognize that. And why people are so hesitant to admit it in the first place, as if that, like, detracts from their skill, because it's still impressive to be able to capture something. But a lot of the people that I follow are kind of secretive about it, and it's like, it's a really helpful way to teach people, like, how to use reference is a skill. Like, sorry, I'm locked in. I gotta get this hand. How to use reference is a skill where, like, there's kind of rules of engagement when it comes to using reference. Like, you don't, specifically for me, when I was learning animation, still learning animation, by the way. Oh, there's my hand. I didn't know the rules when it came to, like, tracing, and so I kind of just picked up on that, where a lot of people trace, they just don't publish it. They don't put it out there, they don't post it to socials, whatever. Or if they do, they cite their source. They very specifically say, this is from Cowboy Bebop. This is the fight scene from episode 3 at however many minutes in. And I just didn't recognize that people use that. And the thing that actually made me recognize how often people use reference is watching both Chainsaw Man and Jujutsu Kaisen. They use reference in the show. Like, they very specifically have things that I had seen other places, and I was like, they stole that. But when it's something that's iconic, like, you know, the Akira slide or whatever, that's not stealing, that's reference. It's an homage. So just, you know, in seeing that, I was like, why don't people just be honest about their process? So I will never not show when I do reference. I actually there's an app, let me see if I can pull it. There is an app called PureRef, Pure Reference. I think if you just Google Pure Reference, I think I also have it in my Discord. But it will pull up images and overlay them. That's fine, I don't need you to open my save file. You can put any images on the canvas, and I think I could even probably drag and drop. Yeah, I can drag and drop this image straight onto the canvas, and then I can have it saved for later. I'm just going to do that a couple of times, just so you can see how it works. Super useful. Specifically, whenever I've used it for, like, come on, go back. It's loading. I've bricked the site. Anyway, whenever I start a bigger project, I use this just so I can have the direct reference to certain colors. Like, you can, in Photoshop, you can drag the eyedropper tool and just directly pick colors. So if I'm not doing anything explorative with, like, shadow, you know, accent lighting, or, you know, dynamic lighting of some kind, I can just use the direct colors, character colors. And it's super useful. As well as, like, character reference. Essentially, it acts as a model sheet where you can see the character, like, on your canvas. What is happening? I'm gonna refresh. There we go. Alright. And then we'll do one more. Yeah, super useful. You can also drag and drop from Google and stuff. And then there's different settings. So you can either just have this canvas where you have a bunch of sources cited, or you can open it as... Hello? It's not working. This is embarrassing. You can lock the images in place. You can make them transparent to the mouse. You can overlay. Let's see. It won't let me do the thing. I'm supposed to be able to hover over the app itself. And there's window settings. It won't let me. Maybe it's because I'm streaming. Let's see. Oh, there we go. Oh, got it. I had to have that mode engaged. Maybe. Maybe. Or it's just annoying. Okay, let me move it. Wow, I'm trying to sing your praises and you're not letting me. There we go. Okay. So this is the app. And so you can just kind of float this image. You can just have these images in this canvas and float them. And then, even further, you can maximize it on this window and then make the whole thing transparent. And you can just float these images over wherever you're working. And then you could be drawing here and just go, oh yeah, that's cool. And then, oh yeah, I want this one on top. Super useful. Crazy useful. Like Pinterest times 1,000. You can even source images from Pinterest and just put them there. So crazy useful. But I'm never going to lie and be like, oh yeah, I don't use Reference. I have an app for it specifically. It's amazing. So let's... App maximum. I'll just close it as well. I'm not using Reference. Anyway, that's my tip. Go to my Discord, go get PureRef. So useful. To infinity and beyond. Indeed. Thank you, Buzz Lightyear. Buzz Lightyear. Buzz Lightyear, are you drawing with me? Or are you already gone? Did you just want to cameo yourself? And if you are Tim Allen, could you explain to me where you stored all the cocaine when you were on that trip? When you got arrested? How'd they find it, is my question. Alright, I'm going back to Control Z just because I don't care. This is not... The lighting is awful. I did that one. I think I'm going to switch to, what's it called? Sketch Daily? No, this is Sketch Daily. I'm going to go to Quick Poses. Just because I've run out of poses. I've seen the same ones several times now. I thought there was an unlimited... Could have sworn there was an unlimited setting where you don't have to have a limit, but this is going to be 40 images and then it's going to boot me out. God, if I get any naked women again. Why did that... What is happening? Whatever. Oh, not whatever. Actually. Get over there! Why does it cut so much into my Photoshop that I can't make the... Pissing me off. What if I switch sides? What if I was smarter than I thought? At the very least, you can see more of what I'm drawing on. Yeah, but then you can't see the reference. Is anybody drawing along with me? Does anybody care if I just draw? The chat is big. Is the problem. Whatever. I still need more canvas. There we go. About to leave work for home. Have a good rest of my stream. Thank you very much. I appreciate you tuning in. Yeah, it's good. We have these on. That's the other thing. This doesn't show the timer. Cache Daily was a little bit better optimized. Wish I could see the actual number that I'm approaching. Also can't go back. I can pause, but if I pause, it will not show the image. They're very stringent on their rules. Which sucks, but it's fine. index finger down there somewhere. Look at these flat shapes. Like they got the, I don't know what anime that's from. I actually do kind of like how this is just a box. Like, yep, there's the hand. Not saying you got a bad hand, you know? Okay. Running out of room. Yeah, I know. I gotta get a new canvas going. So I can do this one. Quick draw. Get it? God. Oh. A little further out. I cheated. Good trigger control though. I don't care about the key on your hand. I want a good hand pose. Good lord. Photos are flat because the flash is straight on. Can't see where the wrist connects, so I'm just guessing, and it sucks. Here's your freaking key. Sora. didn't give myself enough room to utilize the space. So that is on me. I'm out of room. Not the middle finger. Oh. Somebody, I don't care that you broke your arm. There, I think this needs to be, all this needs to be up. Finger actually has more angle to it than what I drew, which is crazy. I usually get pretty expressive with it. That is a bit of a wacky finger, and I like it. Sorry, I had to draw the middle finger. I had to do it to him. Anyway. Look at all these hands we did. We've been going for 2 hours. And if I've been drawing a hand every minute for 2 hours, that should be 120 hands. But I did take a break, and I also have been yapping, so. I do have 3 full pages. That one is empty. Let's do one more page. And then I'll look at all my poses and see if I have any that I want to focus on, and then we'll just do that for the rest until I get bored. Or I can come up with an idea for a hand pose. I'm trying to think. What I would want to do. Let me dwell on that while I put my stuff away. One second. Here it is. Bye. However many hands fit on this canvas. One more time. And then we'll do... I do have that blaze pose that I really like. Maybe I'll do that for the rest. I'll refine the hand for blaze, and then maybe I'll do the rest of blaze. Since I'm known as the Sonic guy. Not really. Only got like 10 seconds left on this one. Let me get some water. Drink your water. Drink your Ovaltine. Fist I can do. Maybe I can't. Good lord, I just blanked out. I was like, what do I do? better about fists, because I do like to do combat stuff in animation. Did I change my brush on accident? No. I'm just zoomed out more. I'm cheating. That way I don't have to draw as many hands. I'll zoom in some more. Is that a lightsaber? No, it's a rolled up newspaper. I don't know why I thought that was a lightsaber. Now this is very zoomed out. And I was personally taught to never draw what you can't see. But that was when I was doing observational drawing specifically. So in theory, I should be able to see where the finger is wrapping around the magazine if I wanted to emphasize that. But at this angle, it is entirely possible that you don't see the rest of the finger. So I won't draw the rest of the finger. Let's emphasize those knuckles. What do you say, knuckles? Okay. Palm. Draw that thumb pad. Up. Down. Shorter overall. Ooh, good pose. Alright. Hook. Hand is a big triangle. I'm not sure. Not sure if anybody else is seeing that, but it really is. I won't elaborate. I will. Give me a second. Where overlapping line is critical, because you can see where this pinky pad overlaps with the thumb pad. That's a really good pose, actually. I like that hand a lot. Really overemphasize that shape of the thumb. I'm just going to explain this. So when I said the hand is a triangle, I meant like this to this to this is a triangle, and that's just the palm. Everything's sloping downward, and the same applies to the fingers. So this is a triangle at the palm, and then each of the fingers is kind of a triangle to the base of the hand where it meets at the knuckle. That's one big triangle. It's always sloping down. And you know, that's very highly over-exaggerated, because obviously there's roundness to the end of the finger. The same goes for the thumb. That's just a triangle that's jutting off the hand. A lot of triangles. So always make sure that you're drawing prisms in space, because that is a big building block of a lot of shape. Triangles are very structural. Circles are very organic. Rectangles can go both ways. You can use rectangles for the torso, which is organic, or you can use rectangles for buildings, which are architectural, structural. There's no rules. There's just certain things that happen in patterns. Circles are usually more organic, more commonly found in nature, just because circles are hard to do structurally. They're not like structurally sound oftentimes. They're actually not a super good basis for structure. other than like a wheel, you know? But like you wouldn't make a round building. Like, you know, you wouldn't make a circle that's standing upright like a tire, because that is structurally unsound. The top of it is heavier than the bottom and it would collapse in and on itself. Arches, kind of, but those are just a limited circle. Not in my depth. I'm not an architecture guy. I've seen this gun before. Big freaking brick blocking all the fingers I'm trying to draw. Freaking brick. Screen, good lord. Lord. I'm gonna be able to fit so many hands in here. R.I.P. Pikachu. It can be like, it could be a lightsaber. That could be my hand that I do. Sorry, I'm not up on that. I have the high ground, Obi-Wan. I don't know why I gave Anakin Obi-Wan's voice. Opinion that the Jedi are evil. That's Anakin. That's Anakin for sure. Just watched a video of some guy making fun of all of the Star Wars dialogue. Not making fun, but, you know, actually digesting, like, bad script writing. Star Wars being one of them. It's a good pose if I could see all of his hands. It's more of a face. Is he wrapping his hand for boxing? I'll just do this one. I don't think so. Boxing is usually a wrap. I like the way that his fingers are splayed out, though. Spread my hand out well enough. Didn't plan that one very well. It's hard to see with that shading. When it was on the edge of the screen. I digress. Fine. Fine. A little bit of Siggy. I like the way that pinky pokes out. That's just the middle finger. There's no way of knowing. Just something to break up the shape. Nice. Very gentle. interesting because her hand is turned, like her palm is this way, her fingers are like the plane of her palm is warped. Say her, I don't know why. I don't know if it's fingers or shading, there's no way of knowing where all the fingers are. I do need to make this smaller. Emphasize that this is actually being blocked by the thumb. Okay. Yeah. If I was better at drawing, I would have done that first try, but if I was better at drawing, I wouldn't have had to use Control-Z. Wouldn't have had to transform. I'm kidding. Don't worry about me. I am going to actually move that down, though. You can kind of see the orientation of the fingers here too, where when you do that shape with you do a 3, your fingers kind of curve with the shape of your, palm, and you can dictate that by indicating certain features of the finger. Like if I indicate the knuckle on the outside, that means that that's kind of turned, skewed in, you know? Speed through this one just because it took a second to clean that last one up. Very shapely thumb. I don't know what that means. It's not an insult. Just an observation. A very gestural drawing. And that's what a 1-minute observation is supposed to be. I've actually gotten a little bit too detailed on some of these. Shouldn't be drawing like wrinkles and stuff. I should be really refining the shape if I want to help myself in the future dictate. Sorry, I'm not reading chat. Hopefully nobody's saying anything urgent that I need to address. Get this wrapped up and then I'll take a second. Alright, what's up? I had more to say. I feel bad just watching. No, you're good. I appreciate you being here. It's also mesmerizing. Yeah. That's all I'm trying to do is entertain the people. And practice. I need to practice more. I've actually gotten bad about just drawing for me. I need to do that more. And I also feel bad with everybody having joined the Discord that I haven't been like making more projects. I feel like everybody's like, I really like your Sonic. I'm like, thank you very much. I don't have much other things to point at. I haven't been super active online. I've been doing animations, and they're kind of under wraps, but I just haven't finished them yet. I don't want to post anything. My goal this year is to finish all of the projects that I've left for a while now. So need more stuff to show for it. So I probably won't be doing too many more illustrations this year in way of Sonic, you know? From the outside, I can hear branches rattling against my house. Another good example of how the hand is a triangle. Look at that, 2 triangles on top of each other. Here's the thumb, palm and fingers. The thumb meet. There's no other better way to say that, honestly. The pad, I suppose. This guy's got some good fingers, good lord. I like that you can really see how the thumb pad juts out from the hand. Really emphasizes itself and attaches there. And then there's this little bit here that hangs off too. So good. Really good hand. Good hands on that guy. Doing a Kamehameha. Or a Hadouken. Which came first? I want to say probably Dragon Ball. I think Dragon Ball was like the 80s, and I feel like Hadouken was Hadouken in the first Street Fighter? I just read a book on all the old video games. Actually, I'm still reading a book. I need to finish that and take it to the library. But Street Fighter 2, I believe, was 1988. It was on. Well, it was an arcade game first. That's a complicated pose. Get that done. And I feel like Dragon Ball was early to mid 80s, but I could be wrong. Oh, it's Toriyama. There's no way that's in the 70s, is it? Although it was Dragon Ball and then Dragon Ball Z, like, you know what I mean? 2 whole series. Oh, my thumb. Finding spaces. finger. It's a little bit crooked at the ends, not super crooked like I made them. This guy, I always love to see this guy's poses. His thumb looks backwards. It's crazy. All of his tendons are like bam, bam, bam. Right here. Also really over-exaggerated where I thought that thumb was going to go. We got there. We figured it out. It's too flat. I need more life. The lightsaber. Where we at? First episode of Dragon Ball, 86. Dragon Ball Z was 89. Wow. That's crazy. I thought it was early. But anyway. Street Fighter, I want to say Street Fighter 2 is 88, so there is a high likelihood that the Hadouken came first. If I'm remembering correctly. Or maybe it was Street Fighter was 88, and Street Fighter 2 was 90. That's what I'm thinking. Because video games usually take a lot longer to make. Although, you know. GTA. That was 40. We still got plenty of room. Let's do... Maybe we'll shoot for 20 this time. That is a good breaking point for, just to get some water. Some sippies. And I'm gonna look up Street Fighter, because I'm curious. Street Fighter 1 was 87, and I believe you could do a Hadouken. I think Ken could do it. Or not Ken, Ryu. Yeah, it looks like there is a Hadouken in Street Fighter 1. But that's 87, so Dragon Ball still beats that. Now, whether or not they got to the Kamehameha, they probably did. If Street Fighter was Namco, I think, initially, which I believe was a Japanese company, so they didn't. I was thinking that maybe an American stole from the Japanese, which wouldn't be anything new. But maybe it was just another Japanese company finding inspiration in another. So it does seem as though the Kamehameha came first. And then the Hadouken. Case closed for anybody who was curious. There's probably some fan site that already pieced that apart. Figured out which one came first, and then you stole and you owe me money. I don't think Toriyama would have been litigious about that. It's just a cool beam of light shooting out of my hands. Nothing serious. 20 should be enough, probably. I'll just do another one. Here we go. Oop. Sneak one in down here. They'll never know. They being you. Thing I had said earlier was like you can delineate which side of the hand you're looking at based on where the shapes are, and something that I always have to keep in mind is that the inside of the fingers are bumpy and the outside of the fingers are smooth. I'll emphasize that with this one. Where the fingers are ish. So, for example, this thumb. The outside is very straight. You've got these lines, like that's a pretty straight line, pretty straight line, pretty straight line. And then on the inside, you've got these bumps where all of the knuckles are. And that's an easy way to delineate. If it's just like a straight finger and you're doing like they're flared out. And let's say this is the palm here, like this palm side, pinkies. If this was the finger, the outside would be very straight and the inside would be very curvy, and you could emphasize that there. All the orientation. Also, that's my hand holding a gun. located. Let's do that just as a general brush. And gotta move on. Sometimes I get distracted. Expect something. Learn that perfection is in imperfection. Here. Something that's fun about having this documented is that I can now prove that I can draw hands faster than AI can. I got nothing on me. You know how many renditions an AI would have to go through just to get one of these correct? Let alone, how many did I say? 100? Was it 120? I'm making one every hour, or one every minute, for several hours. How the thumb is turned. I don't know why I started with the pinky on that, it just spoke to me. You with the key again. You with the key again. He's up too close, but trying to get in as many drawings as I can. already done this one. And accurately, absolutely. It'd be all janky and all over the place. Alright, we're looping back through. There's only so many hands on these sites. That is something to keep in mind when you are using these for references, that they're good for a little bit, but you do eventually have to find somewhere else, because they will start recycling. Although I have been doing a lot of hands, and there are ways to iterate on them by doing like longer poses, just to change up your learning. I equate art to exercise, where I mean, you're quite literally doing exercises, but when you're working out, what I've learned is that you're supposed to kind of confuse your musculature by doing different exercises so that your body doesn't get used to it, and just learn like, oh shit, this is easy. I'm in arm day mode. You're supposed to, mix it up, so you're not always like every Monday is arm day. And in that same way, with art, you should probably mix up like short form studies versus long form studies, just so you can get the best of like rendering or observation or quick gesture or structure breakdown. A lot of things to learn. You shouldn't just focus on one, unless you're attempting to be like just an expert on one thing. Like if you're doing animatics, then having gesture in your toolbox as one of your main things that you like is not a bad idea. Quick poses would be great for storyboarding, because then you get really good at shorthand for certain body parts, posing, dynamic posing if you're using the right references, and then like emphasis on line and shape to be able to dictate what your story is very quickly through an animatic. Very interesting that this front finger looks way longer than this backhand, but this is a reference. Something I need to get better about is my spatial awareness when it comes to the canvas itself. Did it again. Put it right next to that. I'm so excited, I just want to draw the shapes. Also trying to make use of my entire canvas, which is silly because this is an infinite canvas. Not infinite. I'm sure Photoshop would crash if I drew like 7,000 hands. we out? Yeah, I already did that hand. Squeeze it right here. Last one. I already did this one, I know that. Squeeze it in, and I really liked it. Ooh. Actually, the other one might have been facing the other way. Spend more than a minute on that. Oh, sorry. Oh, it's right there. Yeah, it was just the opposite way. Okay. Okay. That's pretty good. I got, was it 4 canvases? 4 layers of hands at almost 3 hours. I'm drawing 1 hand every minute. That's 60 hands a minute, or 60 hands an hour. 60 times 4, no, 60 times 3 is 180, but I took breaks. So it was probably closer to 120 hands. Oh, but there were some doubles. We'll call it 150. I can go through and count them. So, I'm going to stop this. Put this back over here. Thank you for drawing with me. I think what I'm gonna do is I will take my reference sketch and I will flesh that out of Blaze and just work on the hand and really nail that down. And I think I'll use my own hand for reference. And I'll just compare. And then I'll just render that for the rest of the time until I get bored. And then I will leave you. But I might do that for like an hour and then just post all of these hands to the weekly prompt to really incentivize people to want to show up, because I got some tips on hands. I like sharing tips on hands. Because yes, they are hard, but once you get them, you got them. And then that's a really, really helpful tool. If you can tell people you can draw hands, usually the rest of the things that you want to draw follow through. Alright. Just for fun, let's count these. Start on this one. Ooh, I had some empty space. These are pretty rough too. You can tell I got more comfortable as I went. And that's usually how it goes, and that's why you warm up. You get a little more loose, you get more used to whatever the topic at hand is. At hand. Okay. And yeah. So, I'm going to put a little notation that these were all 1-minute studies. And I have proof. It was on stream. If anybody was thinking I'm bullshitting, I'm pretty darn good at hands. Okay. So we've got 1, 2, ish. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There's one back there, but I'm not going to count that. That one I didn't fully flesh out. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 29, 30, 31, 32. 32. Just in case. We'll count that as 1. 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I know it's 2, but 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65. So I don't lose track. 6, 7, 6, 8, 6, 9, 7, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 6, 7, 8, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97. Looking closer to 120. 8, 99, 100, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. Did I count that one already? 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38. 138. Oh, not 1,000. There we go. Dang. Good chunk of hands. Choo! Sorry, playing with my emotes on my my avatar. Okay. I like a lot of these. I'm just gonna go through and circle the ones that I like. I like that wrist. Bigger brush. That one is pretty good too. Those interact. I like the basic shapes on that one. Group those. I like that one. I wish I had had more time on it. It's a pretty solid fist. A better fist somewhere. That one's pretty solid. Point could have been better. Really like that one. I like the knuckles. The wrist on this one, I like holding a little gentle. I would have probably made it squeezing, but that's just me. This one's pretty solid. This is Sonic. Out of respect. Wish I'd given myself more room there. Pretty good gun. Yeah, that one's better than... Is there another gun? Is that a gun? pose. Those are really good. It's that Sonic pose, but worse. I like this pencil. This, I wish I had finished drawing all of the intricacies. Really good hand pose. Whether or not I captured it well enough, different story. That one's okay. I could have done better on the thumb. I like the shape, but it's bigger. I can't really see. That one's okay. I wish I had more confidence on those knuckles. That one's pretty good for shorthand, and it does show the depth. I think I could have emphasized that more there. That could have been really good if I showed that overlap better. I'm just kind of reassessing what it was that I did successfully and which ones I didn't do well. Like that one. I like the simplicity of that. That's like maybe 10 lines. Like that fist better than the other one. That one. It's not bad. It's a good overlap. It's pretty good too. Nah, I think I could have done better on the outside if I was more confident here. I like the simplicity of this. I've done better on the thumb. I don't think it's in proportion. Decent enough perspective. I really like this thumb. Could have done better on the fist. Okay. Okay. I like that pinky. Straight pinky. Good. Ooh, really good hand right there. I like that one, but I wish I had more confidence on the thumb. That was okay. And I wish I had time for the full Kamehameha, but that's just me. Ooh, wait, did I already say this? I'll give it to me. I'll give it to me. So, out of the 138, the lightsaber hand. Oh yeah, that did make the cut. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Out of the 138, I really only liked 23 of them. So that just kind of goes to show the ratio of what you should expect success-fail rate. You should expect to fail when it comes to making art. It's okay. And you know, some other people might say that some of these other hands are good, but to me personally, things that I would move forward with, things that I would be okay with moving towards like a final product, what is that percentage? Less than 10%, is that right? Maybe it's... do that math. 8 divided by 23, I said? 6. So 1 in 6. What is that percentage? 6% is half of 33. That's 1/3. 33%. Half of 33 is, why am I blanking? 16.5? Yes, 16.5%. About a 15% success rate when it comes to my success on what I deemed worthy of being good. But that's just me. You don't have to like calculate your successes or anything. One thing I will point out is I only have 3 circled on the first page. I have 2, 4, 6, 7 on the second page. 4 on the third page. I was hoping there was a trend, but not so. But then I definitely have a lot more on the last page. I'm glad I did another page because I really nailed it here. A lot of these I was really happy with. So, that's a good way to test yourself to see what it is that it takes for you to get to where you want to be before you start working on something. To be like, okay, now I got it. This is the method. and this is a pretty good, I've never really just like gone back over my stuff and been like, oh, you know, I didn't like this, I like that, whatever. I've never really gone back over my stuff, but that's a really good showcase as to how you are feeling about moving forward with the project, to be like, am I confident enough to want to do more? Am I confident enough with this subject matter to finalize it, to take the time to fully render it? And I think I am. I'm pretty happy with my ability with hands. And I've also gotten to the point where I'm very much like, whatever the subject is, it's just a matter of how much time I'm willing to put in, because I'm willing to fail and try again and erase and just start over. At this point in my career, I'm willing to admit when I've messed up and just start over, cut my losses. But that's hard to do when you're just starting out, to be honest with yourself and be like, oh, I should have started over, because that's so much effort. There's so much work involved, and you're really proud of what you have, but it's also not what you want exactly. And I know that feeling, because I've had that feeling, and it's like, oh, I got to the final, I'm rendering, I'm inking this, and I noticed something I don't like. And to avoid that, you just get really confident with that subject matter, and then you will experience that less often. You will go, oh, I nailed it first try, and then I rendered that thing that I nailed. No. Alright, I'm gonna stop yapping. Let's get blazing. I think I have her in my Google Docs. I might have it in my folder. I'm happy you kept going. We have lightsaber hand. Yes, I'm glad I did my bad Star Wars quotes. Drawing. I think I put it in my Sonic project folder. Adjusted files. Yes. Here we go. Okay. I guess I could just put it in. Oops. Ooh, not like that. There we go. So opacity down. And then we'll play with that. And then I do want to get a reference photo, which I will push the proportions of, just because I do want it to be a little more cartoony and dynamic. And I definitely can't make my fingers bend that way, but I do at least want the reference. I'll probably aim this. I'm glad you appreciate my advice. I've found that talking about the things that I think helps me to reinforce the things that I think, and that is super useful. That was something I picked up from some of the YouTubers that I watch, is that they have also admitted that they make videos for themselves, because when you are teaching somebody else, the things that you find important really stick themselves out to you in your brain, to then be something that you know that you want to emphasize, to then relay that information to somebody else. So teaching other people is actually super useful for teaching yourself, because then you know that these are the things that are super important. These are the things that you've really honed in on, picked up on being super useful, because your brain is telling you to tell that to somebody else, that they will then find useful. If that makes sense. Take a selfie. What am I doing? Like that. I need to be out of the way of myself. Ooh, I wonder if I can get a fisheye effect. If I go close enough to the camera. Pretty good. I turned that setting off, and I take it with my volume. it sitting on? It is necessary that I make that face while I'm doing that. I think the saying is the best way to learn something is to teach someone else. Yes, I have heard that. It works super well. I don't like the phrase, those who can't teach. I don't like that phrase because I've had people who actually wanted to be teachers who were really good at it, and they just had that spark of inspiration to want to benefit the future generations. And then there are some people who just don't know what they want to do in life and they decide to be teachers, and that's, you know, it's fine. I wish they wouldn't, because they might be hurting future generations, but what am I gonna do? Transfer these over. Oh, is this gonna open in the Lightroom because I took them on my phone? There's some stupid export rules where I can't just open these in Photoshop. I might be able to if I just move them. We're gonna find out. Drive. I just flashbanged myself. Those. And I should have eaten more for lunch. I'm getting peckish. I don't want to be one of those guys that eats on stream because I feel like that's gross. But I also don't want to cut stream short. So I'll just go hungry. Open. Sesame. Let me see if I can't just open it here. Additional non-Adobe software is needed. Great. It's so frustrating. I hate that Apple makes everything so stupid exclusive. It's just like, oh, you have to have a lightning charger. Oh, you have to have... Thank God I have the Adobe Suite. I knock them... I keep calling them every time they try and increase my rate because I still have the student discount from when I was in college. And every time they'd kick it up, I would call them and be like, I'm not paying for this. I will just pirate your shit. And they're like, oh, fine, we'll give you the student discount. Because me paying them something is better than me not paying them at all. So, good art face, absolutely. I've noticed you don't really move your camera around. Is there a reason you keep it fixed, or is it just preference? You mean my... like my webcam, or like my, sorry, the placement of my webcam in OBS, or my webcam, like, on the tripod, how I don't move that at all? Don't move your canvas around. Oh, sorry, canvas, not camera. I had a moment. My canvas. Sorry, I misread. I move the canvas around when I'm doing detail, but for that, since it was gestural, it's really about like capturing the whole pose all at once. But if I'm doing details, I do move the camera, or the canvas around. Like for this, I probably will. Let me put this into Lightroom real quick. This is so annoying. That might be the final straw where I'm just like, I'm getting a Samsung phone. I hate Apple. These selfies are great. Sorry, it's loading. Not responding. Shucks. Almost like Adobe's programs aren't optimized for me to have several different windows open while I'm streaming and also trying to use their programs, and they should just let me use their stupid converter in Photoshop instead of Lightroom. Damn it, these are blurry because when I squeezed my camera that shook it around. I don't know why I'm biting my lip sensually in these, but I am. Export. Let's do custom settings. PNG. That in. Where are we putting that? I'll just put it on my desktop. I figured out that a lot of programs, if you have too many nested folders, sometimes the program just can't load files. And that happened with Toon Boom recently, and it pissed me off because I thought I lost an entire project. But then I moved it to my desktop and it opened right away. So if that's ever a problem that people encounter where it's like, you can't open this program, move it to your desktop because your CPU is probably just having a hard time navigating the tree. What do I want to call this? Let's call it Blaze project. Did it work? Huh? Before I delete those, let me check. Yep. Save this there as well. Nope. Oh, I was gonna save a PNG for no reason. There's nothing there yet. I didn't do anything. I didn't do it. Do you find yourself moving your canvas around more? Because I guess I never really paid attention to how I do that, but I really do it when I need to. Make sure I don't lose this. I'll find it later. I'm good to do. Delete this. Almost just accidentally exited OBS. Thank you for lagging, Photoshop. Awesome stuff. Downloads. Delete that. It is not being used currently. I just closed Lightroom. Please, for the love of God. Oh my god, I can delete the photos out of the folder, but I can't delete the folder. For some reason, the folder thinks that it's being used. It's not. Oh my god, I hate that. I do move a lot. My paper, when I do traditional art, does at least 3 full spins. Yeah, I've gotten decent enough. I don't know if you've been here for some of my other streams, but I've mentioned that when I am doing close-up stuff and I'm trying to use my full arm for the gesture of a stroke, I will... Let me do it. Sorry, I have to reassess my hand position. I will get up close to get like a full arc. What did I do? What is my brush? What am I... Oh, I'm on the layer, that's why. I was like, why is my opacity bad? So I will, you know, I'll be up in here doing this type of stuff to really get that motion. And then if there's ever an arc that I think I would capture better at a different angle, like if my hand moves in a certain way, like my natural curvature is like, there's a certain flow to my wrist movement, just because there's a, you know, limited range of motion. So if I'm ever trying to capture like a curve that's going up and around like that, I will probably, default to, why am I blanking on how I rotate my canvas? I can do it like this. There's a shorthand for that. You know, if I was trying to capture this curve and I know that my arm moves that way, I'll just do that. Oftentimes. Really like the way that this brush handles for that pose. Problem is that I want to do more poofs on the side of this. I also don't want to distract too much, but I also don't want to overlap. Like, I want them to be... I got really good one time when I was doing a project on hair. I was doing Spike Spiegel, and I got pretty good at drawing his hair, and so now I use that muscle memory to draw fur and hair similar to Spike Spiegel all the time. This isn't even the final. I'll probably redo that, but something. Oh, and then I can do spruce up that silhouette with some fuzz. Break it up and show that it's going back into space. And I do want to emphasize this shape and, you know, blaze, fire. I want to make the shapes kind of match the tone. So, like, here might be an instance where I want to draw at a different angle, because my wrist, okay. The wrist is oriented a certain way, naturally. Hi, welcome in. I know some people swear to move the canvas, to never move the canvas, but I am not one of those people. It would really depend. You know, I didn't move it very much for the hands, just so that I could fit it, but yeah. First time I have seen a VTuber that isn't an anime girl. Yeah, it's just a naked man. I made that myself, and I was proud of it, so I have that and my webcam up in the top. So you know that I'm a real person and not some piece of shit using AI. I am drawing Sonic characters, so that might be worse than a VTuber who's a girl. Cool Sonic art, thank you. Wish that was Vileplume art instead. Why is that, Vileplume dude 0045? Why would you personally want Vileplume art? That's crazy. The number of people I have come in here and like, oh golly, I really wish you would draw my fan character art for free. The thing I'm not doing. I appreciate you stopping in, but not gonna happen. Vileplume is an underrated Pokemon. Vileplume's pretty solid, I'm not gonna lie. Like, it's a great Gen 1 Pokemon. I'm not lying and saying that it's not. I'm just not throwing it for free. Getting very loose with this because this is kind of just I'm testing out this brush. I feel like the Blaze has the same shoes as Sonic, just with heels. You paid someone to make your avatar, how can you even make one? I used Live 2D, and it's similar to some animating softwares, so I kind of had a basic know-how of how to make it happen, but I also didn't get super into the weeds on it, and also I had the free version, so I wasn't going to pay for that. I was just testing to see what it would look like, and I also recognized that I don't need it, so like, that was just kind of a fun little thing. Potentially a money-making opportunity. If anybody ever wanted me to make them a VTuber, I could make them a very rough one with the free software. I would need to clean up the base, straighten some shit out, but... terrible. Your avatar looks like an SCP. Thank you. Which one? I'm leaning towards Adam. My Hero. Yeah, the eyes are a little My Hero, aren't they? They're a little, Deku. The hair's a little Deku. I'm a little Deku. I don't know what to tell you. Or Bakugo, I guess. Drink your water. A true fan of Vileplume would drink his water. Or her water, or their water. Sorry, I'm getting distracted by my own little VHS drink. You look like a completely new SCP. What does that even mean? I'm staring at you. That's what I think of that. New SCP. What are my powers? What's my Sorry, I'm taking a break. What's my lore breakdown? Am I trapped in the web? The internet? Do I haunt you? Am I just like a guy? Did I do the Russian sleep experiment and live? Because I never sleep because I make art? I'm gonna stand up and stretch. Oh! I don't know if you guys heard my back crack there, but it did. I think I managed to isolate my my keyboard strokes so that they don't pick up on the mic. Probably didn't hear that. Alright, turn on a fan. Hopefully that doesn't get picked up by the mic either. It's hot in here. I don't know, I just give you SCP vibes. Okay. I'll take it. I'm excited for that new show. I think that'll be cool. Be animated. Is it the black and white? Do you think that's what it is? Because I usually only work in black and white. I'm not big on... I don't really care about color. I know I should, but it's an entirely different medium unto itself, and it's not me. Okay, I'm gonna take this one. Where did I put those? Good lord, that is not what I wanted. Duplicate layer 2. That one. Perfect. Duplicate layer 2. That one. I don't know why I made these faces, but I did. Pretty good. Layer 2. That one. There we go. Ugh. Now I look like an SCP. I look like Bigfoot footage. Zoom out. Give myself some breathing room so I don't have to look at my freaking... What is happening? Make your own SCP on the SCP website if you want, if there's even some places left there. Is it like reserved? Which one do I like the best? I feel like that one is probably the most accurate to what it is that I'm going for here, where I have more wrist and less thumb. Probably be that one. And I like that I'm making that face, so that's good. Actually, move over here. Shrink it. So it's out of the way. Oh, I can crop that. Let me do that. No, but I like my face. It's funny. Let's move it down here. It's fine. Okay. My wrist is hairy. What does reserved even mean? I don't know. You said that there's places left. Like, do you have to... If they're reserved, does that mean that somebody is already planning on using them? Like, do I have to pay money to be able to put stuff on there? You said there's a limited amount. that's roundabout what it should look like. And I just abstracted from there. Honestly, I don't hate the pose of that. I think I just need... Maybe I bring that finger forward. To emphasize the depth. Then, so in theory, this is like curled up into here. So my finger is actually here, like back, right? And there's depth to it, and then it's here. So it's curled up. So the depth of the finger itself is going to be back. So this index finger needs to be over so that these can exist at the same time and not overlap. Because there is a little bit of a hit. So this does need to move over. On the same plane, and I need to overemphasize that. It's a little wonky on there, but lagging. That looks a little better. Showing the thumb rather than having it hide behind the index. Do that. I like that shape. It's not bad. I think I need, because the thumb comes down like here. It's going to be underneath. Thank you for subbing. I appreciate you. Welcome in. What app are you using? I am in Photoshop right now. They aren't reserved. I think you just have to get it fast enough to pick a random number. I see. I don't know though. They don't really believe me. Oh, don't completely believe me. Got it. I am in Photoshop. Though I do also use Procreate, and then when I'm animating, I use Toon Boom. So Photoshop, actually, I have a bit of history with Photoshop. Photoshop was the first program I actually made art in high school, and that was just to learn like all the processes in Photoshop. I learned how all the tools work, but I wasn't really an artist at that time. I wasn't making stuff. I was more editing photos. So I learned how to do like uh, color correcting and stamp tool, clone tool, stuff like that. So I got really good at cleaning up, and that actually lent itself well to me being good at photography. So then I took some photo classes, and I took some uh, fine art classes. And so now I have a pretty wide skill set when it comes to that stuff. I figured it out. I think I need it to go back in depth. I need to go more this way. Problem is, I don't want this to overlap with the finger there. That doesn't make for a good silhouette. That's not terrible. That is kind of where that goes. It just kind of juts out from here. Oops. I could move this around. Be more dynamic though. Yeah, that's pretty good. Hmm. I like more of the thumb, but I really like the shape that it makes. Go here. Sorry, I'm just playing around with these poses. Not really finalizing anything right now. I knew I wanted to clean up this hand when I made this sketch. I just never got around to it. Yeah, see that like breaks up the shape, but not in the way that I want it to. That's yeah, I like that better. That can be in front, give it some depth. Give it some perspective with these fingers. pinky. Something like that. Oh yeah. Now we're talking. That front. Yeah, that's gonna be my reference for sure. I'll redraw. I just want to redraw her face. I feel like I need. So that overlap. Nice. Okay. I can draw that. I use Scratch to draw because it's free. Scratch. I think I've heard of that one. And you can easily make animation. You just have to program to make animation, but it's easy to learn. So I imagine you're talking about like taking snapshots and then compiling all of them in like a video format, because that is old-fashioned. But yes, you can do that with you can do that in Photoshop actually, and you can do it in Procreate. So Original Thumb looks a little better to me. I have to go. Thanks for letting me hang out. I appreciate you being here. Hopefully I was helpful. But have a good one. I like the Original Thumb better. Interesting. I feel like it's a restrictive pose, but that's just me. Look at my reference. I do want the knuckle to come off. Maybe I move this whole thing. Really push it and pull it out here. Like that. This one better. Yeah, it really feels like I'm pulling the knuckle down. I'll flip it and see how I feel. Not to snapshot, it's hard to explain. It's easier than that. I mean, does it separate stuff out into layers, or does it do like, I mean, it might have an internal render program, because like, Toon Boom, I use Toon Boom for animation, and Toon Boom has an internal render software, where you can export and just like test footage. And it works fine, but it is essentially just like, it compiles a bunch of PNGs of each frame and makes it move, so. Hmm. And now basically you have sprite, which basically an item. Oh, a sprite. And each sprite has a costume tab, which is just different frames of a sprite. That's interesting. Huh. And then you can like puppet each of those layers essentially. Yeah. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I'm always trying to find like I really enjoy hand-drawn animation, so I'm trying to find the best way to optimize that, and it's hard to find a balance between good brushes and good interface. Because Toon Boom has really good interface for animation, it's designed for it, but it doesn't have very good capacity for brushes. The brush editing software is not up to snuff, and so you can't really have super stylized stuff without like essentially hand painting every frame, which is fine, but I would like a more optimized brush pattern within the software rather than having to try and inject my own stuff and having it fall short of my expectation, because I tried to import brushes from Photoshop to Toon Boom and it didn't work very well. So and then Photoshop, on the other hand, has really good control over brushes, really good control over like layering and stuff, but it is really bad about exporting video, and so it's just not an optimized workflow. The timeline is very confusing, and it doesn't have built-in onion skinning. You have to like have a third-party app to make it viable for animation. So it's a give and a take. All right. This. That. Then we will draw it all. Before I start, though, I want to make sure that I like what I got. Yeah, it's okay. Scratch isn't good for hand-drawn animation. Yeah, that's my main concern. Let's say you want to make an animation of a character walking instead of making hundreds of frames, you just program Sprite to it. Yeah. The Toon Boom has the capacity to do that. Like, you can just puppet warp objects around, and it's about hierarchy of movement and stuff. And that's similar to the character, the VTuber I have, where that is puppet warp, where I have just little sections of the body that are segmented over top of each other, and then the program knows what the limits are, and so it'll move my arm in reference to where my mouse is, and so it's just puppeted over top of each other. And then my torso doesn't move, my eyes move with the mouse, yeah, and then my mouth is just like little individual bits. So yeah, some people have said that Live 2D is good for animation too, because it does have the capacity to do animation instead of just having like VTuber rigging. But yeah, it's good. I personally wouldn't use it because I know Toon Boom so well, but that wouldn't be my go-to. Some people are really good at it. It's just not for me. Save sprites in the backpack tab, which I do to save my character with his arms, legs, torso, head, and flower asset. Do rig animation, I don't know what it's called. Yeah, that's just rigging, you know. It is difficult, and that is an art form unto itself, because I am not somebody who would do that. And that is probably my least favorite part of the process, but I hate hand-drawn animation. First, it's time-consuming, and the characters and etc. aren't always consistent, or maybe that's just because I'm new to it. Yeah, I'm the opposite way, because I don't like puppet animation, because it's very stiff, stylistically. So, I just personally don't prefer it. But to each their own. I really like hand-drawn just because I can control every single frame perfectly, whatever I want it to be. And yes, it's time-consuming, but it's very rewarding to come across, or come to the final product. Because then I know, like, I can go frame by frame and, like, oh, I want it to be this, I want it to be that, I can paint, I can, you know, all kinds of tools you can use to really emphasize those, whatever it is you're trying to sell, whatever movement you're trying to do. You can do it a lot better with traditional, in my opinion. And yes, it's time consuming, but to refine that, the process is part of it, where, like with Disney back in the day, they didn't start on a project, like they didn't actually start animating until they had everything perfectly scripted and storyboarded out. And it just took a lot more planning. And in that process, it really honed in on those good ideas. They knew exactly what they were going to do, and so they knew that they couldn't mess around. They couldn't futz with the story too much. They couldn't redo scripting once they had already started on it. So it really made them focus on the story. And I think that being part of it, that strict, time-consuming nature, emphasizes like time and care and effort, and make sure that you're using the right resources necessary to make that project come to life. So that's why I like it. It just really refines the process as a whole. And that's something else about, like, for instance, for SpongeBob, the reason that SpongeBob is so successful is because they would have the animators in the room with the scripters, the comedians, the people who wrote the jokes, and they would work together to make sure that all the punches landed. And you wouldn't really get that with, like, if it was all just rigged, because then they're like, we can make some mistakes here and there. But, like, for that specifically, they had people in the room to make sure that, like, right, we're gonna spend a lot of time on this. I want to make sure that whatever it is that we're trying to deliver delivers the best that it can. So, what do we got? And then they worked together on it, and they came up with some better gags as a group than they would have if they were just like, well, this is what the writers want. And then the artist would be like, well, how do you want it? Do you want it like this? What is the thing? What is the context? You know? It just comes up with a lot more creative stuff, in my opinion. Oh, thank you for subscribing. Welcome in. custom-made expansion for Scratch. It adds new blocks. Adds controller support and onion skinning, and widen or shrink the screen. That's nice. I've never done controllers with rigging, just because I'm so not into rigging. But that's actually super useful. I need to figure out how to use controllers in Toon Boom. I know they have the capacity for it, but it requires coding. You have to be able to go into the nodes and edit everything. It's just not where I prioritize my knowledge. Destroy Buzz Lightyear. I hate Buzz Lightyear to my spark. Well, you just missed him. That's a good bit. That's a good bit if you just have two burner accounts that are Zerg and Buzz Lightyear. It was really good. Shit. I'm glad I kept streaming so that you could hit me twice, if that is you. Or there's just two guys who are chasing each other around the internet. And that's really funny too. Who the hell are you? Very clearly, that's Evil Emperor Zerg. Arthur Serkis. Yes, he is from Toy Story. That's, well, is he mentioned in Toy Story 1? He's definitely in Toy Story 2. That's when he plays catch with Buzz. Go on, Dad. Flow support is for games. Oh, gotcha. To make games in Scratch. That's pretty cool. Gotcha. Controller support as in actual controllers. I was thinking, because there's a term for when you're rigging that you can use controllers that are just little sliders that you can like change expressions and poses and stuff by moving the controller around on the screen, and you can change those, and it just kind of in between, which is similar to what the VTuber is doing, is that it's interpolating, like I set a perimeter where like, or a parameter, I guess, which is the perimeter of the screen, and so it knows that the limitation of the arm movement is where all of this is, and so I had to like, you program it in, and then essentially this is just a big slider physically with my arm. And that would be considered a controller. But I got what you're saying. I'm caught up. See what her ears look like, because I don't know what the inside of her ears look like. Oh, they're just triangles. Okay. I honestly made them too big, but I like it. Yeah, there's like no fuzzes either. Interesting. It is a shame because it does kind of interrupt her eyebrows or her eyelashes, which I really like. Maybe I'll just do like a insinuation. Yeah. Do that. Add fur instead. Need that. Her eyes. Where they are. If I get that on there. I like that shorter actually. I think I might put the nose at the very tip. Right there. Long. I never played Sonic Rush, but I want to. Very off topic. Snakes are cute. Never heard someone say that before. Snakes are cute. Snakes can be cute. I'll say that. I'll put it on record. Now you've heard someone say snakes are cute before. I like snakes. As long as they're not gonna kill me. But like, I like the way that they flick their little tongue to smell. I think that's cute. Sue me. There's one snake that I really like. Garter snakes are cute. Cute snake. There's one that's like, I think it's the one from Kung Fu Panda actually, where it's got like eyelashes. And that's a real snake. And it's supposed to like cut the dust out. Cute snake. This one's got a top hat on. I don't know what to tell you. Snakes are cute. Let me see if I can find a snake with eyelashes. Because I'm almost positive that's an actual feature of a snake. A certain species of snake. But some of them have just like crazy big eyes and like no fangs, and they're just like always pogging. They're cute. This one has a bunny hat on. Cute snake. That one's got is this a real snake or is this AI? Don't you fuck with me. It's got like a little paunch for the mouth, like a cat, kind of like Blaze, where it's got the little like ooh, you know. I'm almost positive. Let me look it up. snake with eyelashes. Oh, I found something. That's fake. That's got a rat in its mouth. That's crazy. This one. If it's real. Yeah, look at it. It's got eyelashes. That's fake. No. There's no shot that's real. It looks like a dragon. There's two of them. It's called the eyelash viper. I knew it. Hold on. Let me pull it. Yeah. Like, that's cute. I don't know what to tell you. They have freaking eyelashes. I'll say it. Some snakes are cute. Snakes only attack when scared, which is why they attack humans when they get close. Humans are 5 feet tall-ish. Yeah. I mean, any creature bigger than them, I assume, would startle them for sure. I get it. I assume that's the same with spiders, but I can't get past spiders. I know that some of them are cute, whatever, but I can't do something about them. It's like my brain can't process all the legs moving at once, and that freaks me out. Which is funny because centipedes don't scare me that much, because they have like a flow to their legs. When they're moving, you can see the ripples in their leg. Like they have a consistent symmetry, but spiders are just like brrr, brrr, and they're all at you, and I don't like it. Freaks me out. Not good enough. I don't like that tail. Which sucks, because I got them pretty symmetrical. I can do better. Save that. Snakes don't have eyelids. Don't ask me how they sleep, if they even do that. I think they do sleep, but I do believe that you're right that they don't have eyelids, but it's like a, they've got those, like, protective eyelids like fish have, where they're see-through. Which is like, how do you... Maybe they... I feel feel like they roll their eyes in the back of their head when they sleep to protect their irises. But I could be wrong. And I'm pretty sure snakes sleep, but I also could be wrong. Okay, we're doing the whole thing again. We'll do it live. Let's go. Oh. Nope. Could have been. Could have been. Not one. Yeah, sure. No, not sure. God, I had it so... Sketch is better. Sketch is better. I want it to match. What's this? Okay. Here we go. That's the one. This is the one. Here we go. I'm happy with that. Back arm. Maybe do some cut later. See how I did that in the other one, because I actually like the way that I got that. Hi, thanks for tuning in. Thanks for sharing snake facts with me. Sorry I didn't draw Vileplume, but not really my MO. Um, Oh, thank you for subbing. Welcome in. If you are in. I always get thrown off as to whether or not that shows up because you liked my video or if it's because you came to the stream and liked that. There's no way of knowing. Layer, color layer, and we'll do an effects layer. Oops. Ugh. All right, I think I'm gonna finish this. Oh, 5 hours. I'm not super hungry right now, but could be convinced. I also should probably just go ahead and eat. Let me mask this out real quick, and then I'll out. For anybody who's not super familiar with the process of coloring, the easiest way I can recommend is to outline your whole thing with a selection. You just kind of go a little bit at a time. I can also use my powers of Photoshop which I honestly might do. Do a quick mask. I like going back over everything so I can kind of get another look at everything. Like I could clean up those lines, but I don't really think I need to. That selection though. Then after you do this, you're gonna make a mask layer. You're gonna fill that in with gray. And then you can color within those lines to your heart's content. Forgot about all of this. I should have automatically done it. That's okay. doesn't have to be perfect. Always come back, go back over it. Forgot about all the fur. How could I? Oh, wait. Okay. I'm gonna touch it up afterwards if I find that I missed something. And then what you do is, I like to find a good gray, just so I know that I'm not missing anything when I'm coloring. A mid-tone gray. Maybe a little lighter. And then just fill it in. Then go back over and see where that's, if there's any gaps. Just paint it. Brush. Sure I don't get any gaps. Edges. And then this will restrict what places you can color to exactly where all the gray is, and then you don't have to worry about trying to locate certain things. You don't have to worry about coloring within the lines. This is already doing it for you. So I find it difficult to focus on certain colors overlapping with certain backgrounds, so sometimes I'll miss parts if I'm not doing it in this stage where it's gray. Also helps when I'm going back through stuff, but I can see where I messed up on line erasure. Well, you know, not a full loss. Go back over stuff. Helpful, in fact. Oh, big miss there. Oops. Messed up. And that makes 5 hours. So, I'm going to get off. I'm going to eat. Ooh. But, thanks for joining me. I got a lot of hands done today. And then I was able to, having practiced some, really refine this pose and be more happy with it. Because, initially I was like, oh yeah, this is sick. But I was like, missing something. So then I got, after all that practice, I figured out what parts of the form I really messed up on and needed to refine. So, I did that. Thank you for being here for that. That was fun. Hopefully you learned something. If not, I'll try again next time. I will be back at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Wednesday. And then on Friday if you missed that one. But thanks again for tuning in. Thank you for all who subscribed. Thank you for all who chatted. I had a blast. Hopefully you did too. Hopefully you learned something. I already said that. Goodbye. Shit, I wasn't ready.